Hello everyone. Hello everyone. This is a quick test. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if the volume is too loud. Not really sure if it works properly. This is a quick test. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if the volume is too loud. Not really sure if it works properly. Okay, nice one. So I'm going to switch to the live scene to see the reveal of the subject. It's the first time I'm doing this, so let's hope it all works well. Okay, nice one. So I'm going to switch to the live scene to see the reveal of the subject. It's the first time I'm doing this, so let's hope it all works well. Okay, so it is working. Well, cool. So let's see what the subject is going to be. I hope it's not going to be anything weird. Okay, so it is working. Cool. So let's see what the subject is going to be. Hope it's not going to be anything weird. Okay, well, it doesn't seem like there's anything happening. Okay. Interesting. Okay, out of control. This is the subject. That's well, it doesn't seem like there's anything happening. Okay. That's interesting to say the least. Echo? Oh, let me check that. Sorry about that. Let me switch. I'm not really sure we'll have an echo. Okay. Is the echo gone now? Okay, well, this is going to be interesting, out of control. Not really sure what to do with that. I was kind of hoping for something easier, to be fair. But, okay, thanks. Nice one. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting. So let's switch back again. If all is correct, I'm back in my live view now. So, out of control. Wow, I was honestly hoping for something with a bit more guidance than that. Let me just check if... No, that's the wrong video. That was the end of the live stream, okay. Well, cool. Okay, so it's going to be out of control then. Well, let's start with the basics before we do anything. Let's actually set up a character. So what I did by default is I loaded a couple of assets in Unity, hoping that I wouldn't need anything else really, because most likely I wouldn't have the time. So I have Game Creator and all of its modules and unofficial modules as well. So in terms of, Game Creator, I should be covered, so that's good. I have everything there. I chose to go the easy route with using Cinti assets, but I'm using the Cinti space. Honestly, wasn't really sure what to do with that, but I'm just going to, use Cinti space to just fit whatever the theme was going to be. But it's quite interesting that the theme is out of control. Let's look. Um, Make a spin-off for the game Control. Okay, that's a cool idea actually. Yeah, I'm working solo, so I'm new to doing game jams. This is the first time I'm ever live streaming as well, so collaborating wasn't going to be the easiest thing for me to do. This is it's also 8 p.m. in the UK, so I'll get a couple of hours, then I'll need some sleep. And with everyone being in different time zones, it can sometimes be hard. So, but I want to collaborate on the next one after I've done the first one. So yeah, yeah, it could be something where where the character just loses control. So let's actually set something up first. Let's actually have a bass player, so we actually have something here. In my head, when I think of out of control, the player basically loses it, but I'm not really sure if that's really fitting, or the environment could actually be completely losing it. It's kind of hard, or you would actually lose control of the character. Could be something as well. So when it comes to what the game would be about, I mean, it all depended on the theme really. Out of control is not easiest, but I think creatively speaking, because that's what this is, that's what they're looking at. Losing control of the character quite literally would be an option, so that at times you just quite literally lose control of the character. Yeah, inverting controls, that's actually a cool idea. I do like that. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all. I think I will go with I'm basically used to making third-person games, so I'm going to stick with that. I'm not going to reinvent the wheel because I won't have the time to finish anything. Most likely go with a shooter as well, simply because it's a lot easier to set up than it is to set up melee, so I think that would actually work. Random effects, slowdown time, yeah, invert controls, okay. Well, inverted control seems like a popular thought, so let's have that go. Yeah, Flight Simulator sounds awesome, but given the limited time I have, that's not something I've ever done before, so I would lose so much time just trying to figure out the basics there. But yeah, I do like it's the GMTK game jam. I do like the idea of inverting controls. That's actually pretty cool. I do like that. I think maybe the environment having effect as well would actually be pretty nice. You don't control the character. I mean that definitely sounds really creative. I'm not really sure if I mean, then everything would depend on the dialogue module, I guess. You can hit ragdoll game. Yeah. Let me think. If you have any other suggestions, I do like the inverting controls. I think I'm gonna definitely do that in there. I think that's pretty nice. Oh, that's actually a really cool idea. So you control the environment rather than the character. That's actually a pretty cool idea. I do like that. But yeah, that could be fun. I do like the idea of actually having a bar. That's actually a pretty cool idea. Sorry if I'm looking down. I'm using my phone to see the chat at the same time. So I do like the idea of having a bar that runs out and then you basically lose control. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, I know. I know. Limited time. It's better to think a bit though before actually just jumping in and losing time on something that wouldn't work. But yeah, I definitely do like the idea of, yeah, I think I'm gonna go with a combination of what a couple of you said. So, you know, changing the controls, so inverting the controls, losing out. But yeah, the environment having effect. I think the problem with having the environment basically, you know, you controlling the environment and the character just running is, or whatever is, yeah. I think I think that's actually a good start. I think we can definitely go there and then see if we can have time to elaborate. I do like that idea. Cool. So let's set up the basics. Just make sure he has everything. Doesn't need behavior perception. Character shooter. Okay, we need a basic UI as well. So let's get started on that. Yeah, I like the idea of finding objects to, you know, retain control. That's actually pretty cool. Thanks, appreciate it. Appreciate it. Well, if you have any other ideas, definitely, you know, shout them out. We're just in the start here, so that's actually pretty cool. Okay, let's get started with that. So we need some basics. Why does this always do that? It's so annoying. There we go. Need some basic UI elements. So health, all of that. So definitely do that. Refill objects on screen, change color. So yeah, could be cool to do that. Have objects that do the inverse. So let's go with basic UI elements. Yeah, I do like the other day. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so this is the HUD. So let's start adding some things here. Wow, it's been a while since I've used this. Stats. Well, it's not gonna work. try to find some look. Well, maybe I should actually do that later. Yeah, I'm a bit all over the place. I'm not really sure where to start. Normally I, obviously take my time to prepare. Oh well, I'm going to start off with this actual health before I do anything with the UI. So let's set up the health. So I'm going to have a trigger. On attribute change on yeah, I'm just going to go with a basic on receive shot. I think that's just the easiest. Let's set up the basic conditions. So if his health is 0, unless we're equal to 0, then he's going to I always add this small resets, write a notepad doc. Yeah, I actually did open that up just in case. That's a good idea. And thanks, BZ, appreciate it. So yeah, let's reset the small weight. So ragdolling can definitely be annoying in Game Creator. I'm sure you've noticed that at times. So what often fixes it is actually, adding a reset. It's not a perfect solution, but most of the time it does work. So So I'll have all damage be dependent on a list variable. It's just the easiest way to do it, basically. Damage, health, player. There we go. And let's drag that in. Hey everyone, thanks for joining. So yeah, going to do it like this, going to start like this. So when it comes to controls, let's set up a camera motor as well, so we're actually doing something useful. You can actually try all of this out. Let's try this out, see if it's good enough. Well, that's incredibly fast. That's nice. Yeah, cool. Let's just disable orbit input. Maybe put this a bit higher. Let's say 2. No, that's way too much. Never mind. There we go, perfect. So repositions really fast, that's personally what I like. I'm not a big fan of using the mouse to change everything. And considering the team is out of control, having less control over the camera would fit, so let's do that. So I'm going to use Cinti assets simply because it's going to be easiest. So I think being high up in, I don't know, some fake city would work, and then with the sci-fi team it's easier to have the environment mess around as well, so that could be a cool idea. think that's going to be nice to do that. So we have our basics. I think I'm going to go for a default. I'm not really sure. I think I'm just going to go for a default gun, nothing special, not an entire inventory system or anything like that. Just have a couple of options. Maybe place the camera in front of the player. No, I mean that's too much. That's too much. That would really be confusing. But it could actually be fun to mess around with the camera though if you lose control. Add objects that change random colors on game times. Yeah, Gatscope, it really seems like you're trying to complicate things a lot. But so when it comes to so what the idea behind the team is, so out of control, there have been a couple of really good suggestions. So one would be basically having a timer for losing control. There's a couple of things we can do when that timer runs out. So when you lose control, input changes, let's just say that. So like inverted controls, I like that idea. That's pretty nice. Yeah, definitely something needs to go on with the camera. So change camera. I don't know, it might actually be fun to put the camera in front of you. It might actually be interesting, who knows. Well, you can create an animation with a tool like UMotion Pro, for example. That's what I do. I use UMotion Pro in Unity to create my animations. So yeah, camera weirdness, that's good. Finding objects to reveal. I'm not really sure. Follow all the. Could even go extremer, and that if the timer actually runs out on that bar, that you literally just lose control of the player, and then he basically just becomes a, you know, that he just becomes an NPC. So you can't control him until the timer runs out again, and then you can take control of him again. Could be pretty fun. So basically the goal is to, you know, the more enemies you kill, the more time, the time you have control over him refills, something like that. Find objects obviously helps to refill it, and then if you basically don't cope, don't manage, you just literally lose control over the character, and he just, yeah, I don't know, could be fun. Yeah, extreme recoil, that's not a bad idea. Change gun controls, I'm going to add that as well. Change camera, post-processing effects will obviously have to be there. Yeah, I do like that idea of the world actually going out of control. I actually really do like that. Could even go all Inception and basically have things go upside down, gravity changes, stuff like that. Could be fun. Not really sure if I'm overcomplicating it for myself, but that could actually be fun. But yeah, I do feel the environment has to be a part of this. But yeah, I do like that idea. Or I'm also thinking, so the time frame is 48 hours. Obviously I'm going to, you know, sleep as well, so I won't just be you know, sitting 48 hours behind my PC. Yeah, the Inception idea is cool. So basically, the theme is out of control. So the game has to be built around that theme of, being out of control. But yeah, yep, correct. Cool. I do like that. Yeah, I think it would actually be fun to. I'm not sure what you mean, Whereas I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Sorry. Um, I'm thinking what else. Also had the idea of, maybe if you do lose control over if you would actually lose control over the player, actually using the environment to help out your player until you gain control again. That could be cool as well. Yeah, yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Well, I think when looking at, because I did check what people ended up doing for the last game jam, and it was obvious people had completely different interpretations of what the team actually meant. So, out of control horse. I get the impression the horse is already often out of control. To be fair, I've played around a bit with it, but yeah, the horse already does strange things by default. So I'm not going to introduce the horse mechanics. I just into it. I just lose too much time getting it all right, and so many limitations to it without actually properly doing a bit more with it. So for the series, there's quite a lot I need to do to get the horse to do what I actually wanted to do. So won't have time for that. Self control. Okay. Again, not really following. Sorry. So fireman out of control. Okay, well, I'm open to new suggestions, so keep posting. going to start with a lot of the basics already. So, going to create a new scene, for example, for the main menu, and I'll keep looking at your suggestions. Maybe some new things come up that I haven't thought of. So, let's get started with main menu. Yeah. I, that that Yeah, I can't even do that myself. I mean, I can't avoid I can't avoid cigarettes myself. But I mean, that sounds really, really creative. But I think that sounds like something that I would have to need to have a lot more time for. But that does sound really creative, though. Okay, let's get started with this. Um, where is it? Buttons. Yeah, yeah, I'm okay. Thank you. Thanks for asking. It's nice of you. Well, I mean, but yeah, in the sense of a race, I mean, it kind of is already a race against, the time you do have control over it. Just going to be honest, including, different character controllers, etc. Like for cars, is just going to complicate things, and I won't have that much time. So, new game. No, let's just get started on this first. Load game. I'm not sure I'm even going to add settings, but I'm just including it just in case. And yeah, next up would be quit game. Drank marathon shootout. Yeah. Okay, and yeah, settings. Let's add settings. Cool. Yeah, okay. Still looking for suggestions. I mean, don't get me wrong, you already gave me a lot of ideas, but just seeing if there's something else. Quit. Dear God. And yeah, the new one is for now just going to load scene. Let's rename the first one. Not even sure yet if there's going to be more levels, but we'll see. Cool. For now, that's fine. Okay, well, we're all good there for now, actually. So let's get back to it. So, have our character going to be a shooter. We need some stats, basically. So, yeah, let's look at, I don't know, time. I think time is fine. Just losing control. Yeah, that's fine. Let's create a new. Time control. It's not actually time control, but you know, the time left until you lose control, basically. Cool. I think we can just do it with a. Nah, let's just create an attribute for it. So basically called control. And it uses time. And default, yeah, that's fine. Let's set this to 1. Cool. It's all really, yeah, straightforward. That's fine. We have that stat. Yeah, I'm definitely going to go with a lot of the basics. Not going to try to reinvent all that much. I won't have the time, most likely, so. Where is it again? Shooter on receive shot, there we go. Yeah, let's just copy these over. These are fine. So going to remove these and let's change it to invoker. Invoker. There we go. All same values. Cool. Let's set up basic behavior. So while I'm doing this, I'm still thinking about what else to introduce. Really, I'm not entirely sure, but in the meantime, it's already useful to set up the basics, so that honestly won't matter all that much. So let's add reload, draw weapon. Still need to set up a weapon that actually matches. Reload. Cool. Let's just call it walk. And there we go. And do the same here. Obviously their behaviors won't be anything complex. There we go. Yeah. Cool. And let's see. Walk. I don't know why I called it walk. I should have just kept it with patrol. Oh well. There we go. Let's create some actions. So this will be the basic patrol. Let's say, yeah, let's create those first, by the way. Just going to drop in a bunch of markers and then I'm not going to place them anywhere yet. Can just decide later on. There we go. That's enough. Now, there we go. Yeah, so far I'm still just repeating everything I always do pretty much. But yeah, a lot of the basics are going to, remain the same. And they're not, I'm definitely not going to complicate them with the limited time I have. Yeah, for now I'm just going to move them closely, just still separate them so it's easier, but that's pretty much it. and then later on I can place them. Cool. So let's set up some weapons as well. No. What is it? Revolver. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, ammo as well. I think I'll just use the default bullets. They're fine, you don't actually see any bullets anyway, so you can keep them, just changing the description of them. Gun, regular ammo, it's fine, bullets. Common bullets for a gun. There we go. Cool. So yeah, I'm going to use that. I have loads of audio files, so I'll definitely pick something a bit more interesting. Revolver idle, there we go. So I'm using Unity 2019.3 simply because LTS still has some annoying bugs, and with the limited amount of time I just wanted to make sure I was using one I was confident would work. So I had to copy over all of the game creator assets because I unfortunately did already update. So state aiming, oh that's it. Revolver state aiming, where are you? There we go. So yeah, I had to copy over everything from an old project just to make sure it still worked in 2019.3. Unfortunately, otherwise it just doesn't work. Let's change this to gun. So I'm not gonna set the model yet, I just already want to create it, that way I can just insert it in the behavior and then I can have a look at what it should look like afterwards. Just a bit easier. Let's say gun. There we go. So going to copy all of this over. I'll have to move this because I'm using Cinti, so less bones in the hands, meaning positioning won't be the same. So it's going to be fun in a really sarcastic way trying to figure that all out. I've never used Cinti models with the shooter module, so yeah, it'll be interesting. And there we go. I'm pretty sure I did everything else. Just didn't wanted to risk with the duplication of the gun. Just wasn't entirely sure that would work well, so I just thought I'm going to change the drawing sounds anyway. So cool. So have something basic, nothing all too interesting, but we can use that and then actually set up the models later on. And he's going to draw the gun, give him some ammo as well. There we go. Yeah, that's all fine. Cool. So yeah, I think we have all of the basics. Pretty sure that it should work. Just going to make sure. Going to set up his actions as well. It's going to look weird because he's not really going to patrol anywhere, obviously, but Just want to make sure it all works properly. So what are we doing? Actions. There we go. So he's going to follow the player. Yeah, that's all fine. Pretty sure there's one more. Oh yeah, rotate. There we go. Invoker, rotate target towards the player. Going to add a small weight. Should be challenging, shouldn't be too easy, but you know. Going to try this out. And yeah, that's all fine. Cool. Then shoot. Yeah, it's just going to shoot single fire, that's enough. Then wait 1 second, maybe 2 seconds, not really sure. 2 seconds. We can give it a try and just see what happens. And I'm going to restart all of this. Cool. Let's drag this in. Combat. Oh, we haven't created search yet. Going to try this out and then I'll add search straight away as well. Oh, that's maybe really, really fast. Okay, that's a bit too fast. Yeah, that's annoying. Okay. Yeah, that's really, really slow. Oh wow, this is horrible. I need to change that. Okay, so this is too much. Let's change this as well. So where was it again? Kind of confused. Could change the reposition somewhere. Was it motor maybe? Well, let's change that. But there's another stat. Kind of. Oh, here we go. Ah, there we go. Angular speed. I don't know, 50. Let's give that a try. See if that's better. Maybe that makes him a bit too slow. Yeah, that's way too slow. Oh well, dear God. Yeah, going to give that a try. Oh well, we'll see. So when it comes to the player, I think, well, we should have a button to control running and should have a button to control taking cover, crouching. So going to add those as well. So let's give him some control. So trigger, key down, key holds, timeout. Most likely I'll need conditions, not really sure. What is it? Left shift. There we go. By default he can't run, can jump, that's all fine. And yeah, we're adding running. Not really sure if I need conditions, I'm a bit confused right now. No, I don't need conditions. Overcomplicating things. Yeah, I'm not going to add stamina, that's the only reason I'd consider conditions, but I'm completely fine with being able to endlessly run if you wanted to. That's fine. So let's add the actions. There we go. Property can run. There we go. Maybe I should move all of this to somewhere else, actually, it's better. So movement, there we go. Let's do one for crouching as well. Crouching. There we go, so trigger. Key holds, there we go. And another trigger. Key hold, key up. No, just key up is fine. There we go. And what is it? Left shift. There we go. So it's better, otherwise the players just, you know, there's going to be too much on the screen. So in the mount here, more power. Out of Control, the game where you randomly transition from one character to another in an ever-changing worldscape and time. Yeah, I'm actually being really slow here. It's quite obvious. I'm losing a lot of time. Losing a lot of time, just you know, on the basics. I'm not going to lie, but oh well. It's a bit different knowing there's, you know, there's a camera pointed on your face and you're actually live streaming. I'm not going to lie. So yeah, can run, and then we lose run when we let go. So let's remove this. Just make sure add timeout, and then we're going to add crouching as well. So crouching, trigger should be, what is it? Decent button for crouch. I don't know, control actually, maybe. Yeah, I'll use control. So on key, I don't know, on key hold, left control. There we go. And adding another key up if we're to let go. There we go. So this is just going to be a different state. I don't really see, what is it? Crouch is already there. So we're just going to use crouch. Have a small transition, and on let go we're going to reset, and that's it. Hey, thanks for joining. So yeah, just going to keep it basic. I haven't really used crouching stay yet, so I'm actually going to give this a try just to see what happens. So yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm I mixed up running, so that's a bit funny. So movement on. So those actions are actually turned around. That's weird. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, those were turned around. Okay, cool. So now it should all work properly. Yeah, we're running and we're crouching. Okay, cool. I'm fine with that. So we have our basic guy, he has the basic behavior, nothing all too exciting, and our player has, you know, running, crouching, etc. He'll take damage as well. We just need to set up damage, so we haven't done that yet. So let's create an empty for all our list variables. Group, there we go. Horrible spelling. There we go. Let's rename this guy to just enemy. And let's create an empty as well. Pretty sure I'm not the only one who does this, but I just end up creating so many empties just to group stuff together. So I always keep the player out, so I don't want the player to actually be part of this group, because you just use them too often, but everything else I just drag in there. Another one, user interfaces. Yeah, Unity and Game Creator definitely both have bugs. Not gonna lie, it's mostly Unity. Game Creator has been pretty good, but just don't want to risk using LTS right now. To be fair, I can't really even blame Game Creator on that. It's just Unity released an LTS version a bit too soon, if you'd ask most people, really. Yeah, I can drag in the event system there. Wherever lights are plain. Cool. So I have the basics. I'm not going to do you know, an inventory system or anything like that. I think I'm just going to use a weapon stash that is in the combat module, so you'll be able to pick up some different weapons and they'll just, you know, go to your stash. I think I'm just going to keep it like that. And that's going to be pretty much it. So yeah, have our player, we have our first character. Let's actually decide what goes in that list. So the normal gun, yeah, I'm not really sure yet about that. Yeah, I can figure that out. That's fine. So next up, I think I'm going to have a look at our user interface now. I said I'd do that before, but let's actually set something up here. There we go. If anyone knows, by the way, quick button to just automatically switch to have the canvas right in place, full screen, let me know. Spend so much time scrolling. So let me actually see if I have some decent images. I have this asset. Let me open up that sample scene and see what it looks like. Okay. Yeah, that's not really a HUD type interface. Oh well. I'll make it work. Most of the other assets I have that are about, you know, user interfaces are all fantasy style because of the created game series, so this is pretty much the only modern, relatively modern one I have, but oh well, it's fine. So let's get started. So create an empty first. Health bar, health, let's just call it health. So yeah, going to have health here, then maybe you can add some powers as well, I'm not sure. Health here, time in the middle or in the bottom, or just all grouped together could be as well, I'm not really sure. Yeah, maybe that's nicer actually, have it all grouped together. Let me know if you have some ideas about, you know, when it comes to layouts. I think maybe grouping them all together is not a bad idea, but I could be wrong. Yeah, so let's actually set something up here. Wow, it's actually been a while since I've used this. Actually, I have to think. Yeah, no, that's not it. Can't actually think of what it was again. There we go. There we go. So UI, and we can create our attribute UI. So this will be for health. Going to use this will be the health bar. This will be the delay, health bar delay. Let's select both of them. I mean, that seems big enough, right? Yeah. So let's see. No, that's not icon. Value image. I'm forgetting something. Should have actually had some. Take a look at this before. I'm actually going to cheat. I honestly just forgot what I'm missing here. I'm missing something super obvious and I just can't remember. So let's have a look. Stats. Yeah. Off to next absolutely great start here. Already forgetting my own basics, which I've repeated 1 million times. This is quite nice. So yeah, there we go. Unbelievable. So it's an image and it's filled. And that's it. Yeah, I'm not really sure why I forgot any of this. Oh well. Let's double check before I forget all of it. Progress, yeah, okay. Well, that's great. So yeah, you can see that even after repeating it 1 million times, you still need to cheat. Just square is fine. Going to be filled, horizontal, starting from the left. Yeah, it's fine. Same here, square. Oh. And there we go. So this is the delay. Not entirely sure. There we go. color and value fill image. Cool. Let me just double check before I go off and copy it over. No, it's not working. Unbelievable. I've done this 1 million times and I'm just completely forgetting something here. I'm not really sure what I'm forgetting though. So it's filled, horizontal, left, color. Pretty sure it shows health as well. Health bar. You have the health bar delay. Oh wow. Yeah, I know everyone's been here, but I literally just did this last week and I already forgot how to do it, and now I have to cheat again because honestly it's just not working and I don't have the time to figure it out myself. So everything's there. We have the color, we have the health bar. I'm not really sure what I could be missing here. And I have to go to... I have to check again because it's not working. So filled, horizontal, left, raycast, all of this. Progress, yeah. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything I'm forgetting really, which is quite annoying. Yeah, that's quite annoying. So I'm not going to waste too much time on this. I'm simply just going to mimic everything. So let's duplicate this one. Let's drag it up. Hey, I'm good, thanks. Oh well, I'm not good. I'm forgetting my own basic stuff, which I do 10 times a week, so it's off to an amazing start. So let's see. There we go. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we have everything though. I'm not really following why it's not working, in all honesty. Did set up the player stats though, didn't we? Yeah, we set it up as well. We have a control. And yeah, it's still all missing. Well, that's just great. Can't believe I'm messing this one up. Yeah, it's health. We have our health bar. You know, in a situation like this, normally I'd actually literally, you know, look up my own video on it. But in this case, it shouldn't be necessary. I'm not really seeing what I'm missing here. Attribute UI. Pretty sure I've added everything. So yeah, I'm not really following. I'm not really following what I'm missing here. Yeah, oh well, this is great. That's just great. Well, I'll figure it out for now anyway. Let's make sure we have it for everything. So I don't know, powers, not even sure I'm going to use powers yet, but. And the most important one is the out of control bar, which I think should be quite prominent in the scene. So I don't know, somewhere in the middle. I think that's fine, temporarily anyway. Let's change this not to health but to stats. Add another one, attribute UI, mana. So still haven't figured out what I messed up yet, but we'll get there, I guess. For now anyway. Okay, well, good night. Sleep well. I think that would have helped me as well to do that. Yeah, so let's make sure we have everything there. So mana, so color, and value fill image. Let's add another one for our control as well. And this is already copying over the right one, so control, let's rename it all just to make sure. And yeah, I'm just going to keep this as mana. Not really sure what you call it otherwise in a non-magical team, so let's keep it at mana. Cool. So have all of that. It's all dragged in here as well, but none of it is working, which is interesting. I'm going to hit play and just see if I made a mistake with one of them. No, none of them are working. That's just lovely. So yeah, I'm. I think I'll need a break for that and just see what's happening. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to have a look at what we would do with the actual level design. So I'm going to turn off the characters and I'm going to have a look at what we actually have here. I have the sci-fi city one. Never actually used that before. Augmented mail, what does that look like? That looks a bit boring. Yeah, I think I'm a monk. A monk with VR glasses. Okay, that's interesting. Rich characters, aliens. That's cool, I guess. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go with the cyborg. It's neutral. That way, you know, won't have to do a character select. Cyborg is not male, female. That's just perfect. So just going to keep it like that. So let's drag in our cyborg guy, cyborg ninja. There we go. Now the gun is going to be misplaced, so I'm just going to add a quick on start trigger, just to add the gun and actually, you know, place it properly. Still need to figure out what I'm going to do in terms of actual weapons, how it's going to be used, but let's just shooter. Draw weapon. Going to be the gun and give ammo. Just bullets, that's fine. 10. So let's see what the gun will look like. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same as with melee, so it's going to be inversed. It's not even doing anything at all. Well, that's interesting. Does the revolver work, or did I just forget to set up prefab? Yeah, it's not doing anything. That's interesting. Any errors? Plenty of errors. No, there's nothing there yet. It's actually interesting because our enemy character was using the gun just fine, now that I actually think of it, so I'm not really sure why this isn't working. Maybe he needs ammo first. Wait, let's just add a wait. Oh, not 10 seconds, 1 second. It's a bit much, but I don't think there has to be a reload at all. It's interesting. Yeah, he's not drawing anything, and he is drawing something. He is drawing the same weapon. Oh well, that's going to be fun. Already running into my first actual, what seems to be my actual bug here. Unless I just forgot to add the shooter component, I'm not really sure why he's not even drawing anything at the moment. That's always fun. So I'm not really sure this should have any impact because I'm pretty sure I used character shooter before. Yeah, no. Oh well, this is going to be interesting. Well, what I'm going to do for now is I'm actually going to take a 5-minute break and think about it, and I'll fix this. Let me actually have a look on how to change that screen. Yeah. So I'll be back in 5. Cool. So let's get back to it. I'm actually just properly annoyed by the UI, so going to fix that first. And next time I'll also actually mute myself when I'm in a break. Yeah, I definitely need to pay attention to that as well. Let me open up the chat again. Cool. So when it comes to the health bar, what did I do wrong? Let me just switch. Can't imagine it being this, but oh dear God. Okay, well, that's annoying. That's actually properly annoying. Thank you. So yeah, I feel like an idiot for doing that wrong. So let's have a look. Why is this one not displaying? I'm pretty sure I did set a color, didn't I? So let's have a look at that. So control, time, that should all be set up correctly. And we remove the points. I'm not really sure if that matters. And there we go. This should be. Hey, thanks for joining. So have a look at this. I'm not really sure what I'm doing wrong with this. Thanks, appreciate it. So yeah, let's have a look. Cool. It's all the same, so it shouldn't really matter all that much. But for some reason, well, going to have a look at that later. I'm not really sure what I'm doing wrong. So going to set up a default. So let's call this on start, and on start we're slowly going to be losing control. That's kind of the goal here. So on start, change attribute, control, subtract, I don't know, 0.2, 1, let's just do 1. And then restart. Not really sure why this is the only one that's actually not properly displaying. It's kind of bugging me. Yeah, it's not displaying at all. If it would be health, is it working? Let's just be sure. Okay, well at least that's good to know. So I definitely messed something up there. So I'm pretty sure the mistake was actually duplicating that formula, or did I not duplicate a formula at all? That could actually be the case. So time control. Yeah, I'm just going to remove this and I'm going to re-add a formula. Just create a new one. Most likely duplicating just doesn't work. So let's create a new one. So stats formula control. This is what we're going to lose by default. I'm fine with the base values, and let's have a look. So let's drag that in. So control is using time. Let's have a look here. No, that's still not it. So for some reason it's not picking that up at all. So we have health and we have control, and they, it seems to pick up the same thing, which is interesting. Let me just remove this, create a new one. Control. Control. Minimum value 0 should be fine. Time should be fine. Not really seeing what's going wrong here, in all honesty. Let's change the color up. Make it greenish. Yeah, I'm not really seeing what the problem is here. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Pretty sure I changed that before, but let's see, just in case. Nope, that's not it. And yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm definitely losing a lot of time on basic stuff here. I'll just blame it on the pressure of, you know, doing my first recording, so. And it's still not working. That's just great. Just entirely going to remove this one. So let me just remove this. Shouldn't really matter all that much, but yeah. Control background. Control bar delay. This is control. And yeah, control bar delay. Well, I really doubt you're you're learning. I mean, you're learning how to avoid mistakes, but yeah, I'm definitely making a lot of mistakes here. There we go. And let's drag that down. So for now, let's just keep it here and basically see what happens. Not really sure why this one isn't displaying properly like the rest of them is. It all seems to be, it should have been completely fine, so I'm not really sure. Yeah, well, at least it's something. At least it's something. So honestly, it just seems like there's no value at this point. You can't be serious. Oh, well, and there we go. Well, that's a really stupid mistake, but at least that's gone. Also see that 0.1 is way too much, so let's make it 0.01 morning or afternoon. I'm not sure where you are. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's better. Cool. So yeah, I'll change the look later. At least it's all working now, so at least we're good there. So let's create some actions. So now that I know this is working, I'm going to create a new empty and let's just call it control events. And let's drag the first empty in there. So default, lose control, lose control. There we go. Yeah, I'm not really sure why I forgot to do that, to be honest, but oh well. So adding a trigger. So on start yeah, I'm not sure if this value should increase or not, or decrease, but for now let's just keep it at a default, and we can always change this to a condition later. So for now I'm just going to keep a value, and I might actually tie it to a list variable. I'm not really sure. Maybe that's just overcomplicating things, and let's do 0.03. It's a bit faster. And I think the goal is basically every time you kill someone you add it, and if you run out of it you basically just completely lose control. And then I have a lot of suggestions on what would happen then, but yeah, I think that's a good idea for now. So this would be the default, and I think when we have a character, where is he? Conditions. So we have his on death condition, so he's going to ragdoll, and let's add control to him. So attribute player control, add value, not really sure, I don't know, 0.1. So basically once you kill him you'll get a bit of control back. So that seems like a decent idea. And yeah, when it comes to our gun, that's the next issue. I'm not really sure why that wasn't working properly, but let's have a look. So we have the player shooter component, we're all good there. Not really sure why it wasn't properly drawing. So we have player shooter. Let's add an empty here for his combat controls. So combat. And the first trigger is going to be, I don't know, the E button is just an easy button to use. So let's use the E button. So yeah, let's actually press the key up, key down. So on key down, E, there we go. Going to equip a weapon. So for now, let's just actually going in shooter and just making sure I'm actually drawing the right thing here, because I'm not really sure why it wasn't drawing a weapon. Maybe I was just using the wrong thing. So draw gun. Yeah, it should be a condition, so we can holster as well. Let's actually do that. So condition, let's drag this action in here. So if let's do shooter is armed, if the player is armed or unarmed, then we're going to draw the gun, and otherwise we're going to holster the gun. So let's just do holster. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that, not really sure why it didn't work the first time, but it should work. Let's try this out. Yeah, that should be, it just should definitely be working. So let me actually do something here. Let's actually default character, and let's just see if it wasn't actually just a Cinti model doing that. That would be an explanation. I just expected like a, a small offset. I didn't expect. Yeah, there we go. It's just a Cinti model. So I didn't expect the gun to completely disappear on us, just expected a small offset, so that's going to be fun. So we have our prefabs of characters, so it was the Cyborg Ninja. I'm going to do this straight away because I'll otherwise most likely forget again, so I'm just going to make sure we find where that gun is. So let's go into play mode and hunt that gun down. It's quite interesting. I never really used Synthi models for the shooter before, so I just expected that, just like, you know, just like with oh, there it is. Wow, that's far off. Yeah, I just expected, just like with Melee, that I just have to, you know, rotate it a bit and that would be it, but that's definitely not the case. So that's going to be interesting. So let's look that up, our gun. Yeah, gun is actually a horrible name to use. I'm going to rename it to something else. It's just too much effort to actually find. There we go. So let's call this GMTK gun. Because I don't have a name yet, and at least I can find it now. So let's have a look. Pretty sure this is not going to work, but yeah, that would have been too great. So I'll have to move it up like a lot. Yeah, it's a bit annoying. Let's see, so I'm guessing that would be the X and Z position. So let's have a go at this. I'm going to wildly exaggerate here just to see if I'm going the right way. Yeah, he's talking in Dutch, which is why I'm pretty sure it's, you know, it's going to have a lot of similarities with Afrikaans. But yeah, I'm Dutch originally, so that's why I do understand what he's talking about. So okay, let's turn off the other character, and let's try to find it. So default was that. Okay, so that's going to be better. That's not a mistake. I mean, it's going to be pretty similar, so I'm not surprised you mixed it up. So let's have a look. Where's that gun? Maybe I should draw it first, that would help. So 2 actually does place it that so low. Wow, that's interesting. I did not expect that. It's a shame I can't just... Well, maybe actually I'm being retarded. Maybe I can actually change that. No, Game Creator is not free. It's I'm not really sure about the price, to be honest, because I bought it so long ago. But it's a paid asset, and basically Game Creator is a type of visual scripting, but you know, without really scripting as much. I know that sounds a bit weird, but it's does that change any values here? No, it doesn't. So yeah, it's not really this standard visual scripting, so you won't be using any nodes or anything of the likes. It's there we go. It's basically a set of actions and conditions. So once I figure out how to position gun properly, I'll get back to it. But yeah, it's not free, but honestly, it is. I've tried different visual scripting solutions for Unity, and it definitely is the easiest to use. Oh, that's a lot better. That's a lot better. So yeah, it is pretty easy to use in comparison to most others. I actually set this all to 0. I'm curious what will happen. It's interesting. I'd consider my PC to be, you know, pretty decently spec'd, and already hitting play mode is now going to take up more and more time. It's quite annoying, really. So let's see. No, minus 0.5. Maybe that's better. So to answer your question on what type of game it will be, I'm going to answer in English, obviously, instead of Dutch. But it's, you know, for the theme is out of control. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a timer, which is this one basically. Wow, that's horribly off as well. And yeah, the idea with the timer is if I use right arm. That's stupid. Let's change the rotation as well. Yeah, the team is out of control, so basically when the bar runs out, you'll lose regular control of the character. So that's going to be the concept. It's what a lot of people suggested, so I have a couple of good suggestions here. So we have, you know, basically inverting the controls, changing cameras, have the environment go out of control as well, which I think is going to be one of the coolest things, really. So yeah, we're getting close, and this should be 0 maybe. But yeah, the goal is to, you know, stick to the theme and basically produce something in 48 hours. But I'm not really sure if 48 hours is going to be doable. I'm kind of stuck on a lot of basics here, but we'll see. That's already too much, and that's not enough. This is incredibly sensitive. I never had to adjust the gun before. It's pretty interesting. So yeah, once I've adjusted this gun for the main character, I can change the other characters as well. Just need to figure out where to place it. That's the annoying thing with Cinti assets, is as amazing as they are, don't get me wrong, it's just a shame they can't just use, you know, regular regular bones for their characters. That would have been nice. So yeah, you know what? I'm going to do the troubleshooting for this later on. It's a bit boring to basically see me change and try to rotate a model just for it to fit. It's going to take a while, in all honesty. So I'm after this little test, I'm just going to resume with the rest of the controls. There's so much to do anyway, so let's just continue for now. So we have our gun. I still need to reposition it, obviously. We have one basic player. Let's actually start prototyping a bit with the environment. So let's create an empty, let's rename it environment. And let's actually have a look at some of the environmental assets we have. So I'm going to use city. I think that's going to be fine. prefabs, buildings, and yeah, kind of hope there's a lot of complete prefabs done for buildings. So let's have a see. What is environment? Sky dome. Okay, that's nice. We have clouds. That's pretty cool. So those are going to be the small things. Tile base, but it doesn't have a... Okay, it doesn't have a model. That's weird. Road. Okay, so I'll be using this a lot. I'll be using the road a lot. So let's actually set something up with that. So we have road. It's just an arrow. Well, I think that could be cool for a start. So actually, let's turn on progrids. If you've never seen progrids before, it's one of the when you go to the package manager, it's actually really useful. So when you go to package manager and you have to turn on show preview packages, then you have progrids here, and it's actually, it should have just been there by default. I'm not really sure why you even have to turn it on, but it's it basically allows you to align based on your scale. It's incredibly useful. I think it's one of the better things, and you can turn on a grid as well, of course, but it's yeah, it's pretty great. So going to start off with this. Let's turn this down one. So that's the second arrow. Let me actually turn this up still, and then it's easier to align. It's just a normal bare road. It's really small. So with lines, I think this is going to be a good fit. So yeah, I think this is going to be a nice fit. Let's see what the other ones are. Lines 2. Looks pretty much the same to me. I'm not really seeing a difference. Okay, so let's duplicate some of these. And yeah, they're good fits. That's nice. Okay, now we can turn this down. I think this is a fine beginning starting point. And we'll have the, you know, the game mechanics just show up in the air with some world space UIs. I think that's just the easiest way. Should be big enough. I see there's a pave walk as well, pavement. That honestly just looks like it doesn't have a model at all. Is this really a sidewalk? Maybe I'm just not used to using Cinti assets for stuff like this, but it doesn't really look like a sidewalk. It just looks like there's no texture on it. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, not a big fan of that. But yeah, in terms of the game, it's going to be a shooter. Basically, shoot the enemies, then you'll get part of your life back, stuff like that. Part of the control back, and basically, if you don't kill enough on time, you'll lose control. And yeah, losing control is going to be quite literal. So I'm not really sure if I'm going to change the controls or if we're actually just completely losing control of the player. I think that might be pretty fun actually, to just completely lose control of the player. I think that could be quite interesting. So yeah, Not really a big fan of these options when it comes to the ground though, I'm not going to lie. I'm not really, used to using Cinti for stuff like this, but yeah, that pavement just looks, it doesn't look like a pavement. It looks pretty decent. That looks nice, that looks okay. Not a proper pavement, of course, sidewalk, of course, but yeah, this looks strange, I don't know. Anyway, it's not going to be a visual context, so let's just use the proper ones. I mean, model a sidewalk, yeah, if I had more time. Modeling is not my, let's just say it's not my greatest strength. And if I do it, something basic like that, I could do it, but if I do it, I just lose so much time for nothing. And I do see they're not perfectly aligned, which is already annoying. So let's see if there's a... Yeah, that's better. Okay, going to use this. Yeah, when it comes to, modeling, I'm definitely not the best, not even close to the best. No, I think he was referring to if Game Creator was free, so the actual, the tool I'm using, the asset I'm using for Unity. So yeah, you're right about Unity. They went the same route with, as well, most of them, including what's it called, Unreal Engine. Unless you make a lot of money, you don't need to pay them, and then you pay, I think, 30% of your income to them. Which I'm pretty sure, if you actually do manage to make that much on a simple game you created, you're suddenly not going to care that much about it anymore. But I could be, most likely, yeah, no one likes to lose money, but if you're at the point where you're making that much money, I don't think it will be the biggest issue at the same time. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a lot easier, and the nice thing when it comes to, the cartoony look is that there's, for people like me who just absolutely suck at modeling, it's actually really nice that there's so many good assets out there for a, polygon cartoony look, which, really helps along if you're going for something realistic. It's trade off going to be a lot harder. There's less assets and they're a lot more expensive as well. So yeah, I agree on that. Definitely agree on that. So I'm going to drag in some buildings, and then I'll still have to figure out what I'm actually going to do with. Oh, there's a background buildings. That's funny. Yeah, it seems like I'll have to actually. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I never really used this much before. You know what? I think we're actually going to start off with where is it? City wall. We're going to start off with some walls before we actually run into the city. And the reason I'm already doing this right now is because I want to have something basic there, so can actually set up the tutorial stuff as well for the controls. Just want to do that with some world space UIs. It's just easier. Then on the other side, I don't know, maybe add some trees or something. Just not to have it all the same. There we go. So let's make this 0.5 and oh, that's a bad idea. Yeah, there we go, that's fine. Temporary anyway, but maybe have some trees on the other side or not even. We'll see. Yeah, I'm doing the same. I mean, it's you know, it's pretty different, but doing it from scratch as well. Oh, you mean from scratch, like without using any assets? So well, that's yeah, I respect that. I personally don't have the the skill or the patience to do everything myself. I try to do all of my own animations in my own project, at least that. But when it comes to models, no, it's just too much work. Yeah, I can get that. I used to be like that as well. I had so many ideas, so many concepts, and then when you finally have it all, you actually end up doing no assets, no pre-coding, nothing. Wow, that's impressive. That's really impressive. Yeah, I'm not even going to try that. I'm not even going to try that. So, okay, we have some basics here. Yeah, I'm not a fan of those walls, so they'll disappear. But yeah, at least it's all working. I think the control is a bit much, it's a bit too fast, but we'll figure that out. So this is all fine, scale is fine. Need to figure out what we're actually going to do in terms of, let's, environment, there we go, and roads. Let's drag this all in. There we go. Walls. Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I'm really impressed by that. It's I don't know, doing all of that yourself, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. Um, no, not full time. I do it a lot though, so I do definitely spend a lot of time on it. I'm not going to lie, but no, it's not. I'm not a full time dev. It's mostly just a YouTube channel. Just started out as tutorials, and then yeah, I kind of got addicted to just non-stop creating something. So I'll definitely call it an addiction. That's for sure. So I'm going to change it around. I'm going to actually, let's make sure we have it the same length as a standard. There we go. And I'm going to do buildings. I'm not a fan of the whole wall system. There we go. That's better. Yeah, so I'm not really sure if I can add a link here, but I'll add a link to what I'm using. Pretty sure I can do that right now. Might actually be better. Give me 2 seconds. Let me. It's just a bit faster to do it like this. Give me 2 seconds. let me have a look. So um no, that's the wrong one. I appreciate that. So yeah, if you check this this video, just the description, it actually links to most of the assets I'm using right now as well. So I think that's just the easiest way. So check out that description, and it has links to you know, the visual scripting assets I'm using. Cause yeah, I'm not really big on doing everything myself when it comes to that. So let's do buildings, add some buildings here. Buildings look strange. I have to really manually do it all. That's just going to take so much time. Yeah, I feel like I will have to manually literally going to do this all. That's not going to be fun. I'll just look up some presets and, you know, see to do it like that. There we go, industrial area. Not exciting, but hey, it works. And pretty sure they have some ground textures or something. Materials, let's see. There's literally not going to be any just basic ground materials. That's a shame. That's just road. Oh, it could, you know, function as asphalt if necessary. It's FX. No. Yeah, I'm just going to keep road for now. It's not how it's supposed to be, but at least it's something. So just going to keep it at that. Thanks, appreciate it. I mean, the tutorials, obviously it's completely different. I've never live streamed before, and I do notice that with live stream it's a lot harder for me. I really skip over stuff, so it's a lot easier to do it on with a tutorial, because you know, you have time to prepare, slowly set up your environment, and you know, easily troubleshoot. It's just a lot easier. So let's actually set up some damage here as well. So we have basic numbers, so let's keep the basic at 20. I think that's going to be fine. So we have 100, 5 shots. I think that's okay, or 10. Let's start with 10, keep it easy. And then on shots, we lose that value. So where's our player? So conditions, we're losing 10, so that's fine. That should work. So let's give that a try. I'm doing ads, I need to change that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's the same with game jam. I've never done a game jam before, so it's a first for both But I think it's a good thing, you know, it kind of pressures you in actually trying to finish something, which I'm pretty sure most people who've ever attempted to create a game just struggle with. You know, often you just start something, never finish it, and then just move on to your next project. I think that's one of the biggest problems with most people, including me. I think I have several unstarted ones and just, you know, eventually never end up finishing one of them. So I did release a couple of well, couple is a big word. I did release mobile games, but yeah, they weren't. That was with Unreal Engine. Took me a long time to finish those mobile games, and yeah, it wasn't a great success. So, but that's been a couple of years, and I definitely, yeah, I'm going to restart Unity in a bit. This is really annoying. In general, though, I do prefer using Unity, especially with something like Game Creator. But it's yeah, there's some, you know, obviously there's some downsides to every tool you use. So let's actually see. Yeah, we're losing health. It's not really exciting. He's really slow, so I'll need to make that a bit more interesting. And I see the gun is displaced now as well for him, but that's okay. At least it's still functioning. I need to figure it out. Let's actually see if we're ragdolling. They're actually no longer available. So yeah, that's working. So no, I actually ended up removing them. It's, you know, if it's not a success, but you do need to maintain them, it's just not worth it, honestly. So I ended up just removing them and moved on. But I was happy I actually did publish something, at least, you know. At least it was a project that ended up actually being packaged into an actual game, so at least that. But yeah. Oh my god, I'm still on BRB? You gotta be kidding me. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's quite obvious sorry. It's quite obvious I'm not used to this yet. So yeah, that's kind of annoying. So I actually started off setting a scene, and didn't realize I was still on BRB. Sorry about that. So yeah, basically what I was testing out is if we're actually taking damage fine and all of that. But yeah, I'll restart Unity in a bit. This is a bit much. It's already really slow, so I tend to turn off most error and warning messages as well, unless it's, you know, not functioning, which is not the best idea. I'm going to admit, but yeah, the gun is misplaced. That's correct, because we're adjusting the gun to fit Cinti characters. So once it's, you know, fits the main character, it'll fit on the other characters as well. So yeah, I need to adjust his gunplay though, because this is really slow, really boring. I'm fine with the damage for now. In the beginning, shouldn't be that hard, but yeah, at least ragdolling looks fine, or I'm okay with that. So I have a couple of the basics set up, so at least that. Now let's add combat. We're going to add a new trigger, and let's do right mouse, I think. Yeah. No, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. One mouse down, right, and I'm not really sure what it's actually called. It's been a while since I've messed around with actual shooter mechanics, so not really sure what the action is, so I'll have to have a look, but pretty sure it's, yeah, just aim. Okay, so just going to do aim camera direction. There we go. And maybe not a, yeah, so let's add another trigger, maybe let go. So we have mouse down and we need on mouse up as well, right? And it's just going to be action, so it's not going to be any of this. So it's just going to be a simple action for both. So let's remove this one. It's automatically adding those, that's a bit weird. I'm not a big fan of that. So let's drag in 7 here, 8 here, and this should stop aim. Stop aiming and camera there, aim, and we're just going to aim in the camera direction. It's not going to be a target, it's just going to be aiming in the camera direction. Yeah, this is annoying. Let me, so holster, yeah, the gun's weird, but at least the aiming works. Although I do realize that if we're not able to move can't actually aim like that either, which is a bit annoying. So I'll have to check that. So let's have a look at that. I'm actually going to create a new camera motor. So I'm going to create an aim one. So let's call it aim. And let's rename this to default, by the way. Default. So the aim camera motor will be a bit closer, so zoom up. And where is it? Orbit input? I think we need orbit input. I'm not sure yet. Initially I actually grabbed some asset, but I'm actually not really a fan of the design, so most likely I'm just going to use Photoshop, yeah. That's the reason I had Photoshop open. Oh, that's a mistake. Just in case I wasn't going to be happy with the design. Kind of depends on time, if I'll have enough time, but if I have enough time, I prefer doing all of well, everything I can do in Photoshop, I prefer doing in Photoshop. That's the part I actually really enjoy doing, so if I have the time for that, I'll definitely do that. So yeah, after this is going to be the last test, and I'm going to save and just restart Unity because this is just way too slow. But I made a mistake, so let's see. So when we're aiming, so aim, we're going to change camera as well. What is it, camera? Aim. For now, it's just going to be a small zoom. So, and we're going back to the default. Yeah, I'll that's a good idea actually. I'll add it to the description. I'm going to do that in the next small break. That's a good idea. So right now the camera should work fine. But yeah, the concept is going to be, I'm not entirely sure on one aspect yet, but basically you have a timer. Once that timer runs out, you're going to lose control, which is the theme of the game jam. But when it comes to losing control, it's either going to be literally losing control of the player control. So the player will then go into a really basic, awful behavior, or the environment is going to change. Controls will be inverted, stuff like that. So really messing up the basic controls. So giving the sense of being out of control as well. So it'll be one of the other. Yeah, that's better. Not really sure what's going to be more fun yet. When it comes to actually playing it, but yeah, that's better. Because I do feel like if it would happen a lot and you just basically lose control of of the actual player completely, it could become a bit tedious and boring. So yeah, I have to figure out the best solution for that yet. But most likely, maybe considering these are loose objects, group them together, have the environment actually fall apart, things like that. So really get the impression you're completely just losing control. But yeah, inverting controls is definitely going to be one of those things. Yeah, we'll have to play around with that, but it's going to be fun. And the reason the enemies are there is there's going to be a lot of them, and basically every time you kill an enemy you regain a bit of that bar that's constantly depleting. So the better you play, the longer you'll stay in control. But if it runs out, then you lose control. Kind of the idea so far. Maybe I'll have a night's sleep and I'll change all of that. But yeah, it's actually a pretty decent concept. So, and thanks for all of those suggestions, by the way. There were some awesome suggestions. So we have a lot of the basics here when it comes to movement. We have the basic when it comes to crouching, running. All of the stats are working. The enemies are really boring though, so let me change that before I actually get into it. At least if needs to be a bit more interesting. So yeah, this is too much, so it's going to do a small one. I'm going to add another small weight here. I'm going to have him shoot twice and reduce this to 0.5. And the first one should have a bit of time though, otherwise he won't have the ability to follow us. And that's the last test. I'm going to do some environments next, because yeah, Hey, yeah. When it comes to post processing, so motion blur, I definitely intended to do that. That's losing accuracy controls. Actually, that's actually a pretty cool idea. Something that's rather easy to do as well. So I'm a fan of that. Um, yeah, not timer based, but on how active you are. I agree that's going to be a lot more interesting, but also a lot harder to set up, realistically speaking. Yeah, double shot is better. It's a bit faster now. Um, but yeah, losing control of accuracy, stuff like that is actually a pretty good idea. But yeah, when it comes to being active, that's it might actually be a good idea. Timing it to the thing is when I think of the default states of how that would work, then you'd basically be losing a lot of control, and if you keep running, you'd regain a bit, so lose a bit less basically. That could actually be really fun. I actually do like that idea. I'm actually gonna write that down straight away. Let me do that. That's actually a pretty good idea. Yeah, I know. There's still a lot of time. Yeah. I actually do like the idea. I'm going to close Unity and restart it because going into play mode is just taking forever. I'm actually going to write it down. I actually do like that idea. Crank style movements is slowing down. Let me do that straight away. Yeah, so I like the idea of actually, movement would actually um, slow down the bar a bit. That's actually a pretty good idea. Let me just set it up straight away. I actually do like that. So I think by default, control events. Yeah, let me add it to the control events. That's better. So the first event we have is losing us 0.03. So if we move, then we'd regain a bit. That's actually pretty nice. While moving. Yeah, thanks Sebastian. That's actually I really like that idea. On step, yeah, there we go. Doesn't matter which one. Yeah, for now I'm just going with a basic action. Maybe we change the values and use variables for that. For now I'm just going to do a stock value. So let's try that out. So control add 0, 1 and then restart. Or not restart. Technically it shouldn't have to be restarting. So let's have a look and see if that works. So if we're not, yeah, the action is not running. Yeah, that's not really working as I intended it to be. Actually, just to make sure this is actually functioning, I'm going to completely yeah, that's not working. That's good to know. When health is low, player speed decreases. Yeah, that's actually a nice idea. Let me write that down. slow speed. Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that. That's worth adding for sure. So yeah, this is not working. So let's see if we need to restart this. Okay, so that's working, but now we need to see if there is an opposite of unstep. So I'm not really sure where that step is, but unstep. Yeah, I shouldn't have to, technically I shouldn't have to use a restart for this. This should just, but yeah, for some reason it still doesn't. Let's actually change it. We're not going to use unstep. We're actually going to tie it to cool. Thanks for joining, and yeah, I'll definitely be streaming tomorrow as well. So really appreciate it, and good luck at work tomorrow. So let's change this to movement. So when we're running, yeah, where are we going to add this? I'm not entirely sure. I still think it should actually be in here. Just removed it for nothing. Oh well. So regain while running, trigger. And let's do key hold, left shift. On timeouts. And let's do another trigger that does the opposite. So when we let go, so on key up, left shift. Now I have to separate these. I can't group them together because I need one to, apparently I need it to restart constantly, so that wouldn't work well. So that's why I'm separating it. And this would simply be cancel actions, I think. I think that's the easiest. So cancel these actions. And this one would be attribute value, control add 0.01. Let's do 0.01. I'm going to do 3 now just to make sure it's all working. And then we'll change the value. So yeah, if we're running, it's all working, and if I let go, cool. So yeah, that's a cool idea. So basically you have to keep moving in order to not lose out as much. So let's actually increase this value a bit and increase the default we're losing as well. I think that's going to be nice. Cool. So let's play that out. So by default we're actually losing quite a lot. That's actually quite a lot. And yeah, it slows down if we're running and if we stop running again. So yeah, that's actually pretty cool. I like that idea. So yeah, don't mind the UI look or anything like that, obviously. It's all just temporary, but that's a cool idea. I like that mechanic. So let's move over to the next. So we have our basic player, we have our enemy, and I kind of do need to reposition that gun now so I can actually continue. So going to take a small 5-minute break, and then I'm going to go back to actually making it look like it should. Just to get it over with. It's just easier if that's all said and done, and then we can just move on to the next part, because otherwise we just continuously have to go back. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and this time I will mute myself. Yeah, sorry about that. According to the app, my audio was actually turned on. So, hope this is better. Is there some now? Please let me know. Anyway, sound should be back on. So, sorry about that. So, the first character, so I'm going to start setting up some controls for what happens when our player, yeah, it's all good now, nice, for what happens when the player actually loses control. So we can start off with that. So yeah, no, the mute was actually supposed to be during the break because I forgot to do it during the first one. But I have this app for this stream, so I can actually control it. And according to the app, sound my camera microphone was on, but apparently it wasn't. So thanks for telling me. So yeah, let's actually start setting up some game mechanics here, other than what we already have. So I'm going to group everything together in control events. So these are just stats. So this is what happens when we actually, by default, we're losing the control bar. If we run, we have the crank system. So basically we regain some of the control, so we don't lose as much. So the emphasis on keep moving basically. For now it only works with running, so just making sure you always kind of lose control unless you really do kill some adversaries. That's kind of the idea. Cool. And yeah, so what's going to happen if control runs out? So let's set up our first trigger. So attribute. So I feel like there should be something else here. So let's do okay, attribute change, that's fine. Player control on, let's not do on change, let's do on decrease, and let's set up some conditions. So the base condition will be if we completely lose control, so if our attribute value of control is going to be 0, so not in percentage, the value, if it's going to be 0, then what is going to happen then? So I think the first thing would be to, we're going to change camera. I haven't set up a camera yet, but I do want to change the camera. Obviously we're going to do some post-processing as well to really get that feeling, but I'm going to change the camera as well, make it less comfortable basically. That's the whole point. Let's have a look at shooter. Is there something easy we can change straight away? So modify, reload, shoot. No, not really. But we can, yeah, we can actually. Yeah, maybe we should set up a second instance of the gun to switch. I'm not a big fan of that actually. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. So let's do the first one. Let's actually change the camera if we lose control. So let's create a new camera. Let's duplicate the first one, the default. Let's actually change the aim camera first. So aim, lost control. And let's do aim. as a default lost control as well. There we go. So aim loss control, I'm just going to see what happens if we completely crank up sensitivity. Pretty sure it's just going to be horrible, which is kind of the goal. But it shouldn't be something you just can easily get used to. Let's zoom out a lot more so it's harder to aim. Let's do that. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet. So we'd have to change a lot more actually. So when we have our combat and on, we should be setting up a condition for this. So combat aim should actually be condition. So I'm going to add a condition here. I'm going to remove these actions. And there should be 2 sets of actions for aiming. So let's drag those in. So we have the default aiming if all is good, and we'd have the aim for if our control is gone. So stats, attribute value, if control is 0, value is 0, then we're going to have one camera, and otherwise we're going to have the other ones. So we already set this up, so that's all fine. And I've been using Game Creator for I think 6 months now, something like that. So it honestly, for me it's definitely one of the easiest things I've ever used. Actually reminds me a lot of some of the modding tools I was using back in the day. I've used different visual scripting systems in Unity, and before that I've used Unreal Engine, but nothing comes as close to ease of use as Game Creator. It's just so much easier. It's just most of it just relies on logic. You don't really have to learn anything. You just try it out, and then some things just logically make sense. I'm not going to pretend that's the case for everything, obviously, but it does for a lot, really. So a lot of things definitely do make more sense. Anyway, let me just change this first. So we have these actions, and let me add the lose control. So aim loss control. And yeah, then we have a condition for pretty much the same, so that's going to be the same value. So if we control is 0, then still going to stop aiming. We're going to transition back to the default loss control state. I think we'll have to run these conditions quite a lot just to make sure it's constantly updating, but let's give it a go. Let's see. In theory, this at least should have some effect already. So this is just default. That's all fine. Yeah, I should have sped this up a bit. If anyone has some really good, additional suggestions on what could happen if you lose control, I think, going to add a camera shake, which is just really annoying, but that's kind of the idea. Some blur, effects like that, basically. Oh, we shouldn't be shouldn't die before we can actually try this out. Anyway, yeah, that's where is our guy? Let's turn him off for now, because can't really test anything if we're getting shot at. So I don't know why suddenly we're losing it a lot faster. I have to look into that. But yeah, this is not, it's not really annoying at all actually. Actually gives me a bigger field of view. Okay, well that was not the best idea. So changing the camera to a different camera might not have been the best idea. I'm going to keep the condition in there just in case I come up with a better idea for, you know, a different type of camera. I'm going to add some camera shake though. So camera shake, burst. Yeah, I think a burst is a cool idea. Roughness, magnet. I think this is going to be absolutely horrible already. Yeah, I think this is going to be pretty bad. Just need to make sure we stop shaking when we let go, because it wouldn't be fun otherwise. There's no option for stop shaking. That's interesting. Where is the camera shake anyway? So objects, no. Is there a camera category? Yeah, there is. There we go. So we have bursts, we have shake, sustain, start and stop. Okay, I'm going to be using that then. That's a better idea. So let's remove this action, use this action. So we have a start shake and we have a stop shake on this one. Fade time, yeah, 1 second. I think that's better. Let's not exaggerate it either. Yeah, let's actually give this a try. Let's try this out. I do have to figure out why these values are, because just before it was draining a lot faster. So this is the normal aim. That's fine. Yeah, I have to figure this out. This is not going at a consistent rate. That's a bit slow. Okay. Well, as annoying as it is, I just need to make sure that it actually affects our aim as well. So let's actually give our player some ammo. So don't get me wrong, it's annoying, but add ammo. I'm pretty sure it was called add ammo, wasn't it? Oh, give ammo. There we go. So bullets and yeah, let's just add 50 for now. Should add a reload button as well. That might help. That would be great. So draw and then let's do R for reload. Let's just add that as a manual button. So trigger, key down. I know you could automatically set it as well, don't get me wrong, but it shouldn't be too easy either, and if you don't have to really do anything, then yeah. I will need a condition for that actually. So this needs to be condition, not an action. So the condition will be is armed. So if our player is armed, then we are going to reload. So reload weapon, wait till complete. If he's not armed, then nothing's going to happen. So let's try that out. Oh, and I didn't actually set up a shoot button. Unbelievable. So let me do that first. That might help. So trigger. What is it? Mouse down, left. And that's going to be again a condition. So if he's armed, then shoot, weapon, weapon shoot player, single, yeah, there we go. And else nothing. So really simple conditions. So if we're armed, we can reload and we can shoot as well. Now let's see if our shake is actually going to affect. And yeah, we have, so when we run, this slows down too much, don't get me wrong, this should go a lot faster. Because right now there's not really a lot of pressure at all. And yeah, by default something should be happening, but if we aim, and I just want to see, are we actually losing aim as well? I think we actually are losing aim because we're using the camera direction to aim. Yeah, okay, that's actually pretty cool. So it's not only really annoying to look at, but it actually throws our aim off. So that's two things at once. So that's really nice. That's really nice. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think there's going to be a lot of post-processing going on, obviously, but not yet. I think that's something that should go a bit later. So at least this is functioning fine. It actually does throw off our aim. There's a lot of conditions here, but so for combat I think we have a lot of the basics. We will need to have some, multiple weapons, and we do need to change our control events as well, because the default losing is just way too slow. So we're not losing enough. There we go. So I'm going to reintroduce our character here, and let's check his damage as well. So we have yeah, so when it comes to the first person shooter, you'd have to do a lot of what I was doing, but I'm not sure, maybe I wasn't actually switched back to my screen sharing, but you really have to start repositioning and play around with the camera. Yeah, actually a lot of that. So when it comes to Game Creator FPS, make sure you reposition the camera, change the camera settings, and reposition the gun as well, so that the gun actually matches the visuals of of your aim. So it's a lot of repositioning and camera adjusting. It's obvious that by default it was intended for a third person. First person works fine. You just have to. It's a bit less out of the box. You just have to do a bit more yourself. Yeah. So let's check our camera enemy conditions. So they come from the same value, so that's good. However, I do see, yeah, So we're adding, maybe 0.1 is, oh, that should be enough. So the aim here is we are losing a lot. Still not enough. I'll change that. I'm still not happy with that. If we do run, we lose a bit less. And if we kill him, oh well, he's gonna kill us first. And we're adding health. Unbelievable. So, sorry about that. So we're subtract, invoker, health. So on shot, the invoker. I'm not really sure invoker is properly working right now. Because I got the impression our player was gaining health or losing health. Let's actually give that a try. Yeah, so it's our player. So the invoker still counts as the player. That's a bit annoying. So we'll have to drag in the enemy. Yeah, definitely. So like I'm doing right now as well. So if you I can show you the steps. But basically when I'm aiming down, I'm actually changing it as well. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong. You know, just started. But yeah, you have to change camera. So really simple steps when you go to combat in our player. Let's have a look. So combat, so I have you know, right mouse down. So the right mouse button is, you know, aiming basically, so aim down sights. And then the condition is just a really simple change camera. And I would definitely do the same for first person as well. And even though in third person it's not officially necessary as it is with first person, it's a lot better to do it in third person as well. I don't think you see a lot of games where aiming down sights doesn't actually change the camera. So I definitely do that, yeah. So let's try this again. So if we're shooting now, yeah, we're aiming him. Okay, that's fine. He doesn't have hit reactions yet, I know that. But it doesn't seem like he's actually dying at all at some point. That's interesting. Yeah, he's not dying at all. And I need to check what I messed up here. I was pretty confident I actually did the same. But I get the impression that Invoker is just not properly working for him for on receive shot. Do you think? Yeah. So I'm just going to set it to character all. So Invoker can be a bit tricky. It's sometimes it is the one using the action, but sometimes it's just not really working at all. So, and I'm sure it's working. I'm not saying that the action is broken, but the context is not working. So yeah, it's a bit interesting. So on receive shot conditions. So just now when I was using Invoker, which I would normally think of using, was actually affecting the player who's actually shooting. So yeah, let's have a look and see if this works better. He doesn't have a visible health bar. I'm not the biggest fan of that myself, but in theory he should have the same amount of health. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, the resetting the ragdoll is not a fix. That's good to know as well. And I'm going to try this one more time just to see if that default value we were gaining was actually worthwhile. Nah, 0.1 is definitely not worthwhile. So maybe 1. So yeah, when we're killing him, we're adding control to our player. So one of the ways to regain control. Maybe we can introduce some other ways to, you know, regain it as well. Yeah, I don't have the impression it's really doing all this much. So player add control. Going to have a look here. So our control values, so the current value is 1. Okay, but the stat value is 100. So it's interesting. I'm just going to do 100 here and just see what happens. But normally 1 should have actually, yeah, maybe I'm just making a mistake here. Okay, yeah, I made a mistake. Okay, so let's do 10 then per enemy for now. We can always change it to a list variable if we want this to be something you can upgrade, or you know, actually as difficulty increases it becomes, could actually do difficulty levels that way. So, you know, killing enemies actually gives you less control back. That's pretty cool. Okay, so at least that's working. We regain a bit. That's all fine. Yeah, we could actually just tie it all to list variables and actually do our game difficulty based on that. I think that's actually not a bad idea. So yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I'm actually convinced. Okay, I'm going to do that at some point. So we have all of our basics set up. The enemy is, it's okay. I'm actually going to just already, simply because, you know, it's something where you don't really have a clear direction of where you're going yet because you didn't really prepare for this. So I will actually set up post-processing, even though I said I wouldn't. But if I have a bit of an impression of, you know, what we're going for with what was it again? What's this volume? Yes, global. No, so this was the layer. In my own project I use HDRP, which is just really not the same when it comes to post-processing. So the layer we're setting up, so we don't have a layer yet, do we? Yeah, we have some layers. Just going to remove all of these. There we go. I'm going to keep terrain just in case. Yeah, I'll keep this, that's fine. So post-processing. Let's have a look. So no, that's fine for now. So this is going to work on the post-processing layer, and yeah, that's all fine for now. So what is going to have the actual volume, which is the global volume? I think that should be turned on. So let's add it to, well, this is the condition, so that was for aiming down actually. So if our control has reached 0, so let's do loss control global. So I'm just going to call this a global one, and these will be general things that will happen. So if we reach 0, then we're going to set active. Let's do a set active, and let's add a empty here, which will be Post-processing, lost control. Let's give this the volume. Is global volume? Yes. Priority? Yeah, fine. And let's add some overrides. And yeah, the goal here is for this to be annoying, but not, you know, it should still be playable. Let's just say it like that. So it needs to be annoying, but, you know, playable. So let's do motion blur. I don't know, I'm just I'm just doing a couple of things here. I'm not really sure what will happen. So in theory, this should have already been active, so that's annoying. Oh, the layer, sorry about that, post-processing. Yeah, so this will be the default, and I don't know, I don't really get the impression this is really all that annoying. I mean, it's a tiny bit annoying, I guess, but not really. Yeah, I'm just going to completely max it out. I think that's better. Still not enough though, don't get me wrong. Motion blur is the wrong type of blur, of course, so remove. Let's do a lens distortion. I think this is one we can easily try out, so let's turn off our character here. So there we go. So let's give this all a try. Should I have, oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I think we're slowly getting in the realm of, you know, losing control, really annoying stuff. We definitely do need to do something with our, you know, with our actual controls as well. So invert them, something like that. But yeah, it needs to be a bit dramatic. So I'm going to reset it. Sorry about that. I'm going to reset it and let's try it out. So no, the center is fine. Yeah, I might exaggerate, but I'm pretty. I like this idea of actually moving out. Oh, let's do that properly. It's not enough. It's definitely not enough. But at least it's a good start. It's a good start. It's all pretty annoying, but not annoying enough. Let's try something else. Bloom is always one of those annoying things if it's too much. So let's try that as well. Let's give that a go. So turn it all on. I see we still have our character there. And yeah, let's give this a go. Yeah, this is not really having the effect I imagined it to be. No. I I mean, it hurts my eyes, don't get me wrong, but that's not the type of annoying we're really going for. Now, grainy could actually be interesting, so well, that's definitely one big difference. That's definitely a big difference. So if you've ever used HDRP or URP, um, you know the effects are, post processing works a bit different. But in terms of grains, for example, choices are incredibly limited in default. I mean, in general, in post processing, it's there's a lot less options, but yeah, this is incredibly limited. I expected a tiny bit more. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe some color grading. And I'm not sure if color grading was the right one. There was a way to actually get some. Yeah, a U shift could actually be quite interesting. No, not a big fan of that. No, not a big fan of that. No, no, that's not all that interesting. I do think this actually is quite fun. It's definitely starting to get into the realm of proper annoying. So that's what we're going for. That's the goal. It has to be annoying. So let's turn that off. Yeah, it's nothing great yet. I'm going to set up some default processing as well for the game, of course. You need to have some depth of field, all of that. You don't need it, but if it's so easy to set up, why wouldn't you? So I'll definitely include it. So we could also have time go a bit slower, but slower in general. So it not being like a functional slow motion. It literally just being time slowing down, and that's literally it. I'm actually a fan of that. Let me actually add that. So on enable, time is slowing down. Now the easy way, if you do it like this, so this is the volume that's enabled, and I want time to slow down, and I'm just going to do a really simple time scale as well. So let's do 0.6. I don't know, give that a try. But basically, the moment it's disabled, all of these actions are disabled as well. So you don't need to set up a before and after. It's pretty useful. It definitely does help. You already need to do it for here anyway. So we're going to set that active. And yeah, I'm thinking of automatically resetting, resetting the control time. So wait, I don't know, for now let's just do 10 seconds. And then attribute value. So we're going to set value. It's going back to 100 of control after 10 seconds. I don't know. Let's see. the thing is we still obviously, the player can still die as well. So it's not like, control is the only limit. But basically the concept is a bit, the worse you are at, shooting and killing guys, the harder the game is going to be. So yeah, this is pretty annoying. I'm actually yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with that. This is proper annoying. I mean, I know that's the goal, but we're actually going in the realm of proper annoying. So time is slowing down, but as you can see, bullets are not, and the reason for that is by default the guns are raycasting. So when raycasting happens with bullets, with guns, it means that you're basically not, time won't affect it, basically. So really simply put, if you want to have, oh, this is nice. Yeah. So yeah, bullets still go the same speed, so the character slows down, but if you want bullets to slow down as well in a slow motion type environment, you will literally need to, okay, well, this needs to reset. That's interesting. Yeah, you will need to change the projectiles, change the setting to projectiles, basically. So that's quite important if you want, to have like an actual bullet time type mechanic in your game. That's not the goal here. The goal is actually to make it more difficult and more annoying. So raycasting is actually perfect. But if you do want actual bullet time in your game, you need to set the gun to shoot projectiles and not raycasting. Small difference. So let's have time run out again, basically. Yeah, I should have done this without the enemy. And the enemy is actually already, he's a good shot. Yeah, maybe he's a bit too good of a shot. I don't know. Not sure yet. Not sure yet. Let's turn him off for now because I need to test if this works. But basically, control is being set back at the end. I'm not sure if that actually works properly. So wait 10 seconds. Yeah, and I should have turned it off, obviously, not turn it on. Yeah, no, it is. It's supposed to be, but it's not annoying enough though. So, the whole aspect of really losing control still needs to be part of it. So we do need to affect player controls as well. So basically, if your control time, whatever you want to call it, runs out, you kind of have a lost stance, and with a lot of enemies, you'll most likely get shot. So at least all of this is working, so that's good. The mechanic is working fine, so we're good there. And yeah, now I just need to continue. So next step, so on the crease, so we're setting that active, and we need to do something with controls, and I'm not really sure if there's some default actions we can use for that. So I doubt it, quite honestly. Player movement inputs. Well, that's a bit extreme to just change to point and click all of a sudden. Um, no. Okay, I'll definitely check that out. That's a good idea. Thanks for that. So let's check. Not really sure where to check even. Inputs, general maybe. Yeah, we could change the language of the game now. That's not going to be it. So let's have a look at property here. I don't know why I still feel something for just, losing control of the character, but that's just too much. Because then there's just no way out of it, and you literally, yeah, that's too much. Too much. Not really sure yet. I'm not really sure. There should be something. There should definitely be something, but yeah, when it comes to difficulty, I think I'm just going to go the. Not even sure what this is. I've never even seen this before. Add impulse. When it comes to default difficulty, I'm just going to have difficulty settings, and basically the damage that you take and deal are different, and that's going to be it. I'm not going to modify behaviors or anything like that. Maybe spawn a bit more enemies, and that's it. But the idea is that you are losing control, so it should be difficult, and it should be a state you constantly do try to avoid. And if it's not really, if it's not annoying enough, then what's the point in actually really performing well, if you get what I mean. So yeah, fair point. Maybe this is just way, way, way too much, but I do want to try it out. I do want to try this out. But right now, and I'm not going to pretend that was my actual intention, but right now, actually slowing down time, but bullets not being slowed down by this, and the enemies actually being decent aims, that's already proper annoying. So it's slowing down time without any benefit. I think this is a decent idea as well. It might actually be a bit too much, but I'm not really sure. But yeah, we can actually just ragdoll the player, and the chance of him dying is pretty big. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm contemplating, but I actually do like that idea. actually ragdolling the player, so literally losing player control for a moment. So if you run out, and running is still working, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think that's quite annoying. So let's see what happens if you run. Um, yeah, if you're, yeah, I mean, in my opinion, you can. Obviously, if you're going to be as ambitious as the actual, God of War games, it's going to be quite hard. It's actually someone on the Game Creator Discord that replicated a lot of the game mechanics already from God of War. So, don't get me wrong, it's insanely ambitious, but when it comes to most mechanics, yeah, you could. Um, you know, some people already achieve quite a lot of it, but obviously it will still be hard, but, Game Creator will just save you a lot of time. So, I think generally speaking, it will cut down, development time by a lot for anyone. Yeah, I'm actually a fan of this ragdolling. So literally losing control at least for a bit. I think that's quite fun. Do need to reset time though. That's actually something I did forget to do. So we do need to reset time. But yeah, it's this is actually this is fun. It's uh it's really annoying. I mean that's the goal, I know, but it's really fun. So on enable, we're slowing down time. Now I'm going to completely remove that. I don't know why I even did that really, because that's not going to work. So let me completely remove that and just add the action here. So straight away time is slowing down, and then at the end time is going back. Yeah, when it comes to cutscenes, I'm going to be honest, I haven't really messed around that much with with how you could do it with Game Creator. Obviously, the default Unity Cinemachine works really well. Um, yes, you could be playing, you can play with, camera motors, but there's some limitations. I know there's a new action pack out now that actually has a lot of camera actions. Um, but I haven't tried it out, so I can't really comment too much on how good that is yet. Or I'm sure it's going to be good, but if it's going to be good enough for cutscenes, I'm not sure. But I would actually recommend just checking out Cinemachine. There's loads of tutorials on it, and it's a default Unity tool, and it's pretty good. But yeah, I'm pretty sure in theory you could do everything with Game Creator as well. I just haven't done that much. I'm going to cover it in the Create a Game series, of course. But yeah, it's one of those things that one of the few things in the series I actually haven't tried out before. So that's going to be a new one for me as well, because I do want to do it all with Game Creator, so not introduce Cinemachine myself. That's the goal. But if I won't be able to do it, I'll revert back to Cinemachine, because in the end that works and you can be sure of it. So yeah, so I think when it comes to um, it's not good enough. I want to do a bit more with it, and most likely just change the environment maybe. Um, but it's already getting in the area of being really annoying if you run out of time. So at least that's a good thing. Maybe it's already a bit too hard, because if there's multiple enemies, I'm pretty sure you're not going to recover from that ragdoll. So maybe it's already going a bit far. But I do want the environment to have an impact, but I definitely do need to have a think about how I'm going to do that, because that would really mean building the level in a completely different way. Um, but yeah, let's actually set up some patrol actions. So I need to do the enemies different. So let's do enemy 01. going to drag him in here, so he's going to have a parent, and the simple reason being that he needs to have patrol separated, so the patrol area, because if the patrol area is not separated, then, well, let me rotate him first before I do that. There we go. So yeah, if the patrol area is a child of the actual character, it will move with him. So you need to move it out of the character, so make it part of his parents, in order to make sure it doesn't actually move along with him, because otherwise he will just infinitely keep walking around, and this way he won't, and he'll stick to his routine basically. So yeah. So yeah, let's set up a small area. I'm going to set him in somewhere in the middle here. Or no, just actually, let's keep him on the pavement. Let's actually keep him on the pavement. Make it somewhat realistic. Gonna have some really annoying cars here or something like that that just automatically drive around. Could be fun. So, going to have a first marker. Maybe I was already exaggerating with all of the markers and we don't actually need that many. Yeah, so he's just really going to have a really standard route here, so it's not going to be all that interesting. And then we have the first one here as well. And yeah, he's going to have his small patrol area here, so. And yeah, it doesn't have to be too good. I know that sounds like an excuse, but it doesn't have to be too good. There's going to be loads of them, so they don't need some elaborate control, patrolling area. The goal is it needs to be fast-paced. You need to run around fast, shoot fast, so let's actually have a look. So we're losing. Yeah, I'll adjust the gun settings, because yeah, that's not good enough. There's no way you can kill him on time to actually not automatically just go into control, so I'll need to change that. So let's look at the gun and actually have a bigger magazine from the start. GMTK, so bullets. So yeah, the fire rate is 10. Interesting. So I'm not sure duplicating this will work properly, but I'm going to try anyway. So let's rename this to bullets player. There we go. Going to increase the fire rate a bit. So let's do, what's the default? Was it 10? So let's do 14. Clip size, let's do 9. Reload duration, let's set that back to 1 second. I mean, it shouldn't be too easy, but it shouldn't be just a pain either. So let's make sure it's not going to become a pain. So yeah, we're good there. We have 2 of the same guns. Again, I'm not really sure duplicating is going to work properly, so this is a big guess, and if it doesn't work, then we'll just recreate it. But there needs to be a different one for the player and for the enemy. And the player one does seem like duplicating works, I guess. Settings are not the same, so in theory this seems to be working. So the new one I made was for the player just because it's slightly easier to just change his combat actions. So we have gun player, there we go, and we're adding bullets player. Just going to go with 1,000. There we go. I do want reloading in there, so it shouldn't be like this infinite type gun. That's not going to be any fun. So yeah. Okay, I feel like that's adding enough. If there's a lot of players, maybe, I'm not really sure. Maybe we should increase some damage. That could be fun. So yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a small 5-minute break and I'll be right back. But next up, I'm going to add more enemies and see if the default challenge is not already too much. It's quite easy to just go overkill on making it too difficult or too easy. So there needs to be a decent balance, and it's quite hard to figure out if you only have one of them running around. So I'm definitely going to duplicate them a bit and yeah, basically try it out. So I'll be back in just about 5 minutes. So, yeah, I'm back, and I had a small 5 minute break and actually have decided to completely change the mechanics. I'm actually going to do something different. So, the whole out of control, I'm going to keep all of that, adding control and shooting and slowing and etc. etc. But yeah, I've actually decided to change. Really change what happens when you lose control. So I am actually going to really lose control of the character. I was just thinking about it, and I think it's going to be a lot more fun if we actually lose control of the character. So I'm actually going to do that. So lost control global. So the conditions will be the same, and I'm going to set up a new character. So lost control. Let's do something else. Let's do a fixed. No. Not really entirely sure if this is the right thing to do, but let's give this a try. So the goal is actually to lose control. So I'm going to change all of this. We'll make it a lot more dramatic with the post-processing. Just remove them all for now, because I think it's just a lot more fun if we actually really lose control of the character. It's just not, drastic enough to actually really match the theme. In the end, it is supposed to be about the theme of the game, so we are going to really lose control. So let's drag this in 0.5, and I'm going to have a look at what this actually does. But let's turn him off, our guy there. We don't want to die before we actually try this out. And yeah, no, that's not the right type of camera. Let's have a look. So I've never even tried top down, so I'm not really sure how it works. The goal is to go for top down, so let's try that. It's the follow camera. Needs to be a type of rotation, I assume. Let's... No. No, none of this. So maybe it needs to be an adventure camera. Not entirely sure. How would we actually go ahead with a top-down camera? I've never actually tried that. So let's have a look. I don't think it should be... Yeah, I'm not sure this works. I'm really just guessing here. So I'm not really sure this is even going to work. Fixed camera. No. So it should be adventure camera. Let's give this a try. I'm going to just change this losing control on default. This action. Just going to speed it up so it's 0.5. Just to make it a bit faster. And let's have a look. Yeah, I've never tried top down, so not really sure how it would be with the camera. No, that's not it. That would have been too easy. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you can. Might be it. Follow camera, okay. Follow camera. And then a different anchor. Should be the same, no? Never given this a go. I'm completely just trying something out. I've never tried this. Oh, okay, cool. That's obviously too much, but yeah. Nice one. So let's do 0, 0, and just try this. Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Yeah, the rotation obviously doesn't work, but that's fine. This is good. But yeah, I need to mess around with that. So yeah, I am maybe 15. I am going to go to the route of, you know, really losing control. So we're going to lose player control. So property, player is controllable. No. Y8. Okay, I can try that out. Let's have a look. Okay, I need to. That's the rotation mistake I made, maybe. No, it's not. Okay. I need to figure it out, but that's fine. So we do that, and then we need to set up some behavior. I think I've never even given this a try, so I'm not even sure if this is going to work. But let's give this a try. So going to add a behavior. Don't have a behavior yet, obviously, for him. So let's create a new one. Oh. So create game creator, behavior tree, player 0, 1, and let's create something. So yeah, again, I'm not entirely sure this is even going to properly work. I mean, it should in theory, but I might have to do it a bit different. But in the end, he'll need a behavior anyway. So let's just set something up. It's not going to do anything on taking damage, actually. So we can remove that. It's not going to do anything on scene. I think it's going to be a really simple behavior. So maybe not even a condition. No, he needs a condition. So see. So if he can't see, and that needs to be a global variable. I actually do have that one set up, don't I? So where we go, variables. Yeah, let's remove all of this. Let's just start over. Just remove it all. So I'm going to create a new one. So enemies. Let me plug in my phone because otherwise it's just turning off. So enemies, game objects, nothing, everything. There we go. So he can see enemies, then property. So property can run, yes, run. Maybe add a condition for is armed, because if we're not armed at the moment, he should still be doing something. So we do need an extra task, unfortunately, so that's annoying. So if he sees characters and he's armed, he's going to, I'm going to keep that out actually, just going to create a set of actions for that. So at least he can run, we have the property, and most likely it's just going to be an execute actions, and that's it. So let's create a local variable for that, and let's call that player combat. Wait to finish, and then let's do a task as well, where this should be the highest priority, obviously. Then we're going to do a task where if he can see but he's not armed, he's unarmed, then still going to copy these two over because he'll still need to do those things. And yeah, thanks for those tips with the follow camera. Saved me a lot of time of trying out. So going to draw a weapon. So player is going to draw the player gun. Now let's add ammo, or give ammo, what is it? Give ammo, bullets player, yeah, 1,000, whatever. That's all not final, by the way. I'm just, I'm just doing something here. So let's give him time to reload. And yeah, then he'll go into combat, which is good. Obviously his combat shouldn't be all that great. So I'm going to copy over the combat I created for the enemy and just adjust it a bit. I don't want him to be too good. Maybe just give him the same behavior. I'm not entirely sure. Let's just see. And yeah, there we go. This should be fine. Cool. So let's hope this works. I'm not sure this works. Really, I'm not really sure if behavior and all of that stuff can work, but in theory it should. Going to increase his vision because I don't want him to just run out. His field of view can be big. I'm completely okay with that. So Yeah, no parameters, obviously. So what is it? Player combat. Yeah, player combat. Not sure why I'm creating long names. Doesn't need a long name. And for now, I'm just going to copy over this combat action of the enemy. Let's copy it over. Let's rename this to out of control combat. Yeah, thanks. I'll stream tomorrow as well, and yeah, it's half past. You know, it's past midnight here, so might go to bed soon as well, and just continue tomorrow. I'm just curious to try this out and just see if it works, but yeah, then I'm most likely going to be off to bed as well. So yeah, player is going to follow our global variable enemies, player global variable enemies, player global variable enemies. Player shoots, player shoot. At least we don't have to set anything up there. That's nice. And we need to add one thing here. So we need to add a trigger for site. So site, group in site. So if the player sees, I didn't create anything here yet, so let's actually do that first. So characters, let's create a list variable. Let's call this enemy list. There we go. So right now it's only going to be, well, this guy, because we don't, oh no, this one, sorry, I need to make sure I actually drag in the right one. So we only have one for now, but yeah, that's it. And then on side, he's going to add them to our global variable. There we go. So yeah, I'm not sure this is going to work. I'm not really sure what happens if I press play. So I'm just going to press play right now. And I'm just going to check if the behavior by default just messes everything up. Maybe I should have saved first. No. It's actually fine. Oh wow, this camera really is annoying. Yeah, I need to change that camera. Let me change that camera real quick. Let's just make a small change. That's better. Unfortunately, doesn't look like he's actually doing anything. As far as I'm aware, he should be tracking. I didn't drag in that list, dear God. Let's drag in that list. So, in theory, he should be tracking this enemy now. So, let's have a look. Is our global variable set up? It is set up. He's not moving anywhere. He's not really doing anything, so he can track him. And yeah, I need to make sure, by the way, that I didn't drag in combat either. Well, it's late. Yeah, maybe maybe I should go back to bed soon. So this seems to be working now by default, by the way. So I'll that's fine. I'm actually not. I'm completely okay with that. I don't think he's shooting though. That's fine, we can change that. But yeah, the behavior is working, so I think that's pretty cool. We are literally losing control now once the bar runs out. Yeah, I know, I know. I'll go to bed. I'll go to bed in a bit. Just need to. I just want to fix this one thing, and then I'm off to get some sleep. But at least it's working. I'm pretty happy with that, actually. Um, so I think the easiest, in theory, the easiest fix here would just be to turn off perception and turn on perception, basically. So once we're out of control, so let's go here. Once we're out of control, we're changing the camera, we're changing this, and let's do a component. Enable component on the player. Is player an option? Or player is even an option. And let's add perception. Because as far as I'm aware, perception is the only thing that actually has any impact. So without perception, none of the behaviors work. So he might still track them, but it's not going to have any impact. So right now, if I hit play, and I really should have saved first before I break something. Yeah, nothing's happening. Then okay, he's not drawing his weapon. That's what he should be doing. So I'll have to check. Let me quickly check the. So this is supersedes. Maybe it should be the other way around. No, it shouldn't be the other way around. That's interesting. I'll need to have a look at that. But yeah, at least that's all working. So I'll need to have a look at that. Yeah, I know. It's hi, by the way, welcome. Yeah, it's easy to keep saying just one more thing, and I get that. But I think that's one of the annoying things when you just come up with something and you're like, oh, maybe this should work, and if it doesn't work straight away, you can't let it go. So I'll have to soon. I'm fully aware of that. So let's give this a try. So we lost control, and yeah, he's not restarting his follow is working, but that's pretty much it. That's definitely interesting. Not really sure why. Let's have a look. So pretty sure parallel is not going to work well. Let's give this a go. Yeah, I think a parallel is a horrible idea, actually, now that I think of it. Yeah, no, that's not properly executing. So I saved. I think it was actually all right before. I don't think there was actually anything wrong with it, but I do think that it was actually, it's not properly working because of this. So turning off perception. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to take a different route. I'm going to add a new condition. So let's go characters. Character property player is controllable. That's actually interesting. So I just dropped my phone there. So I was kind of hoping for the opposite condition here. So the idea was actually to have if he isn't controllable, not if he is controllable. Then yeah, maybe I need to have that as a first task. Maybe I'm overcomplicating things here. Allowed to complete. So condition, character property, if our player is controllable, then nothing maybe. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So in theory, because it's a selector, yeah, nothing's happening, and then okay, so at least that works. At least that works. So let's turn this off and have his perception on by default. That should be fine. Just a bit confused why he's not actually equipping himself. So in theory, he should now be running the first task of controllable, yeah. And then here, yeah, he's immediately just going to the player. That's interesting. He's not drawing his weapon. He's not doing any of that. So wait till complete. None of this is actually functioning, which is interesting. So let's add a 1 second wait before we execute. Pretty sure that shouldn't be, you know, that shouldn't actually be the case. It should all but just be working, but that's interesting. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's just straight away going in into these actions. That's really, really interesting. Not really understanding why. And if we would draw his weapon, then everything would function well, I assume. Or maybe using player here is the wrong idea. Maybe it should be invoker. But yeah, something's definitely not working well with these actions. That's clear. He can run. He's executing some of the actions, but he's not executing everything. So that's pretty... Well, I'd like to say that's pretty interesting, but it's not really. It's just pretty annoying. So what I can gather is that player shooter is the wrong one. It should be character shooter, and that we should be enabling the other one basically. So I'm going to move this up. So we have a player shooter and we have a character shooter. I'm going to turn off character shooter. It seems like he's not actually drawing anything here, so let's do invoker to everything. Maybe not even. Maybe we can keep it to player. And the moment we lose control of the character, he should be drawing these weapons. So let's add some actions here. So now we need a component. So we're going to disable a component and activate a component. So on the player, it's called player shooter. And we have character shooter. And we're going to turn that off and turn it on. And let's have a look at if all of this actually works. So controls out, and no, that's still not that's still not working. That's still not working. So I'm going to change this all to invoker, and let's see if that actually works. So I'm going to change everything to invoker. So maybe player is just simply the wrong action because it's no longer really a player. Could be the case, considering we're no longer controlling, so it's no longer recognized as a player. I'm just hoping that's it, really. And let's have a look. So there we are, losing control. And yeah, that's that's definitely not doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's actually not activating anything here either. That's pretty interesting. So it should have been activating these things beforehand, and it's not doing that. There we go. So player shooter and character shooter, yeah, that's interesting. So let's do that first. And let's have a look. Maybe doing it on player like this doesn't work either with targets. I'm not really sure. But this is good fun. It's something completely different for me. I've obviously, never tried, tried to literally lose control of the player character and just have an approach like this. So it's pretty fun. So at least it's something new. So yeah, that's not doing what it's supposed to do, but it's not actually switching that. So at least we know that action doesn't work. Maybe because it's no longer a player, doesn't recognize it as a player. So we'll have to change those actions, but yeah, it's pretty fun to do something just entirely different. So let's just drag in our game object, drag in the player, and I'm going to add a small wait just to be entirely sure that these actions execute beforehand. Oh, that's the wrong switch around. That way I'm sure that, in theory this should be changing before we actually start. Let's have a look. And yeah, that's all executing fine. And that's actually still not changing any of this. It's not changing player shooter to character shooter at all. That is really interesting. I'm not entirely sure why it's not doing any of that. Let's do a small weight. Let's actually not do a small weight. Let's do a 10-second wait just to make sure all of these are actually executing. There we go. Um, 720. No, I think really I'm pretty sure the stream quality should be higher than that. I'll have a look. Yeah, it's just skipping all of this. It's not doing any of that. Interesting. Yeah, maybe the problem is my screen is 1440p and I had to crop it to fit properly, basically. So that might be it. I'll have a look at the settings tomorrow. Again, you know, it's one of those first time tries. So yeah, but it seems like we can't actually. I'm going to just duplicate this, but it seems like we can't turn off the player shooter components. Doesn't seem to be possible actually. Nothing is actually happening when I try this out. And I'm definitely not really a big fan of having to having to script that. I'm sure there has to be a way to around it without actually having to script a new action. So let's have a look. This is going to be my last try. I feel like I'm getting tired, quite honestly. So I'll try it around if it's not working. Yeah, no. So that's not working. Changing these components to on off, it's not working, which is interesting. And I'm curious that if we would actually remove this entirely, if we would actually solve our problem, because if it doesn't solve the problem, then there's no point in actually doing any of it. So let me try this. I know I just said that was the last try. I think there's always a new last try, so let's be real. So yeah, if we only have the character, that's interesting. It's not even doing anything at all anymore. Okay, I think that's that's going to be it for now. I just need some sleep. I'll definitely try to figure it out. I'll definitely try to figure it all out tomorrow. I'll be uh, I'll be live streaming tomorrow as well. I think it's yeah, it's been a bit, it's been fun. It's also been been a bit annoying trying to figure out how all of this works, as I've never, even tried something like this before. But it's been really fun. Thanks everyone that has joined. Really, really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, and yeah, I'll definitely need some sleep and fresh eyes on this, because most likely it's such a simple solution, and you know, doing this for a couple of hours straight just isn't the best idea. So thanks everyone for joining, and